It's called a story, but somebody says Shahaya, one of the Talmidei Baal Shem. It's not clear whether it's Rav David Laikis or Zavol Kitzes, but from one of the Mekuravim, the Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh. For some time he wanted to go to Ahavat Yisrael. And the Baal Shem HaKadosh didn't give him rishus. He would come again every once in a while and ask the Baal Shem Tov. The Baal Shem Tov said not yet. So finally, the Baal Shem HaKadosh told him that it's time for you to go. But I want to warn you, and I want it to be very clear to you that you're going to be asked some important questions, and make sure that you answer properly. He didn't know what the Baal Shem was talking about. And he said, Rabbi, what do you... He said, be careful. Make sure to answer in the right way. The way that you know. And he said goodbye to the Rebbe. And he went for some time. Again, I don't know how long. He wasn't able to stay. And when he returned, he was expecting a very big Kabbalah's Panim from the Baal Shem HaKadosh, from his Rebbe. But the Baal Shem HaKadosh didn't seem happy to see him. And the Baal Shem said to him, I told you before you left that you have to be careful to answer correctly. So the tzaddik said, Rabbi, I remember, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who asked me, what asked me. I don't know. Tell me what I did that was wrong. So Baal Shem HaKadosh said to him, don't you remember that you met a Jew a short time after you arrived? And the Baal Shem HaKadosh described this person. And the tzaddik said, I remember meeting such a person. And the Baal Shem said, but do you recall that he asked you something? So he was thinking, and he said that, I remember that he asked me where I'm from, and I told him that I'm from a place in Russia called Mezhbez. The Baal Shem said that's not all he asked you. What else did he ask you? He asked me some other things about my family and what I learned. The Baal Shem said that's not what I'm talking about. Think carefully. And he said that the tzaddik said that before we parted, he asked me, so how are our brothers and sisters, how are our children doing in Galus? How are they doing over there? And the Baal Shem said, no. And what did you answer? So the tzaddik was thinking, and he said, I think I told him that Baruch Hashem, Mistadrim, that we're managing, we daven, we learn, we try to keep mitzvahs. It's not easy where we are, but we try. And there are different gears of what happened. The Baal Shem HaKadosh gave a scream, and he was shaking him. And he said, do you know that was Avram Avinu? And Avram Avinu asked you, how are his children doing? Far away from Yerushalayim, from Tzfas, from Tveria, far away, how are his children doing? Why didn't you tell him the truth? Why didn't you tell him how broken we are, how miserable we are? Why didn't you tell him how far, far away we are from Hashem Yisrael? Why didn't you tell him that we're not surviving, we're not managing, not in Gashmis and not in Ruchnis? And you know that if you would have told him the truth, that he could have been piled, that all of this would have already been over. So last night I was talking about telling the truth to Hashem. Hashem knows, Tzarech Libam al Hashem, what we're feeling. But Hashem Yisbarach gave us this time, not just to recite some Kinnos. Each one of these Kinnos that we're going to say now tells the story of communities, of Yerushalayim, of individual Jews. Tells the story of how we haven't been doing so well for a long time. And the first Kinnos, the first kapitel, begins with the word Shavas. Shavas. Shavas, in Eretz Yisrael, a shvita means a strike. We're on strike. And Shavas means, at the beginning of Kinnos, the first word that we say today, in a few minutes, Shavas, means that Hakol Shavat, that Rebbeinu Shalom, all the things we're going to say over the next hour or two or three, all of these things we're going to talk about, and the things that I'm going to add in personal and Yonim, they're all a hishtalshlus. They're all a hishtalshlus of that day when everything stopped. Like when the music stopped. Shavas. Everything stopped. The pasuk, it's of course based upon the pasuk that we said last night. Shavas Mesais Libeinu. Shavas Mesais Libeinu is that all the tzaras, whatever it is that we're going through, Bonai Chaim Mizayne, whatever it is, with children, with relationships, with parnasa, with health, Shavas Mesais Libeinu. When Yerushalayim is destroyed, we just said a few minutes ago, Bani Yerushalayim, Hashem Nidcha Yisrael Yechanes, Haroi Feilish Shvuelei. We say that every single day of our lives. Bani Yerushalayim, Hashem Nidcha Yisrael Yechanes. If you build Yerushalayim and you'll bring us back, then you'll be Megala, the meter that you have that's called Haroi Feilish Shvuelei, because we're very heartbroken, we're not doing well. There are some people who are Madam al-Atzma, there are people who imagine that they're doing well, because they got a couple of bucks and they made a sale. Because the kid smiled at him that morning. And his wife said to him a couple of nice words. That's right. Everything is good. Shavas Mesais Libeinu. Ever since that day, our hearts are broken. And only when it's Bonei Yerushalayim Hashem, Nidcha Yisrael Yechanes, can there be a Roi Feilish Shvuei life? Can there be a Roi Feilish Shvuei life? I was talking last night about breaking the silence. Tisha B'Av, Hashem Yisbarach wants us to say, is a lot of. We love you, Hashem. We believe in you. But the honest truth is that we're not doing well. And I know that when you read the From magazines, everything looks gewaldig. And when you walk down the couple of streets we have in the world with our stores and our things and whatever, everything looks like it's fantastic. Everybody is happy and everything is perfect. But the truth is that we're very, very broken and broken-hearted. Each person here has his own story. You don't have to wait till you get to the children of Rabbi Yishmael, or to Yeshua HaMelech, or the kids on the boat with the Romans, all the things we're going to read now. Every single person here has his story. Every single one. And the stories that we have are ishtalshalos of that shavas. Shavas Masais Libein. Sason, Simcha, it's the feeling that the joy that a person feels for what he has. And there is that side of us, there's that part of our heart that has to feel a tremendous, tremendous hakaras hatov. We've been talking a lot about in his Baididus Chabura, the Thursday Baididus Chabura about hakaras hatov, and to begin every his Baididus with telling Hashem how grateful we are for all that we have. And Simcha comes from that feeling of what I have. Aveilus is that feeling that a person has of what's missing in his life, of the chisar, of that shavas, of that tsar, that pain. Again, not chalila, not yeyush. But it comes from that feeling of all that's missing in our lives. From that marav tuvcha shetzafant liyirecha, from that belief that we have that Hashem Baruch has made many, many promises to us, that we're waiting for that day of B'shuv Hashem Shivas Siyon, Hayinu Kecholme. And therefore, every single word that we're going to say now is a bechin of Hazorim B'dimma B'rini Yiksayu. And we believe in that. We don't, now we have, everybody could try to say, we're not going to be able to say all of the Kinnos. Try to say each person, we'll say some of the Kinnos, we'll skip a few, you say the ones that you want. But to believe that every single word that we're saying and every feeling of the heart is called Hazarim B'dimma. It's planting a tear, and that we do believe that Hashem Baruch listens, and that, as I said last night, it's B'davin Teskabos Los Navus and the Chol Beis Yisrael, that we don't know what the shear is, but somehow for thousands of years there's a certain shear that word, that tear, will finally break through, and that will Hazar Medimba will be Berini Yiktsaru. So it's not Chalila with the feeling of Yeyush that we begin Kinnos and we say Shavas. It's that we're each one of us, we're now spending this day reporting to Avram Avinu and reporting to Mashiach Tzedkeinu, and reporting to all the tzaddikim in this world and the world above, and reporting to the Creator of all worlds, that with all the gratitude that we have for everything that you've given us, there's a lot that's missing. And this isn't what we read about in Tanakh and that we read in Chumash. The matzav, the Metzias of Am Yisrael now is not the matzav that we read about. And I remember when one of the kids was little, so, there's always that honest question of a child, and we try to find some dishonest way of getting rid of him. But I don't remember which one of the kids asked. They were learning something in Chumash, and I was reviewing the Chumash with her, with him. I don't remember which child it was. And she asked innocently, I don't know, we were like doing something, maybe Parshas B'Shalach. It was really, it's a great parsha, a lot of good stuff going on. And she asked me, like, Daddy, how come none of this stuff happens anymore? She didn't yet become so jaded to know that we don't ask those questions. We just have a religious look in our eyes, and we say something. And he said, well, it's machloikis between the Rambam and the Ravid. And we move on. But the emes is that the children have good questions to ask. As I tell you, every year Pesach time, with the Baditsheva couldn't open his mouth to say Manishtana, and he said, you know that I have much more than 4 questions. Not only that, he said, the Baditsheva, not only, I'll tell you the truth, these 4 questions, it's not just a big deal. Chametz, Matzah, Shayirakas, no. These are such choshev questions. He says, not 4 questions, not 4,000 questions. And the Rebbe began to talk about how come this woman's husband dropped dead in the shuk the other day? How come this one's daughter ran away with somebody the other day, left? So there are many, many more than the 4 questions and the 4,000 kashas. And what the B'ditchev said was that, Rebbeinu Shalom, I will continue, and I'm asking you to answer only one question. And I know that I can't hear it in the way that it used to be, but I'm asking you to tell me in a way that my heart knows that it's true. That all that it is that we're going through is for your sake. It's all for you. And it's all for you. Every single minute of this pain is for you. And I'll be able to continue on. Last year I read to you, I shared with you, and so many people asked me about this. What's the name of this kuntrus, and could I tell them how to get it? And the emissary says, I lent it to one of you and you never gave it back to me. I don't remember who it is. Maybe you're here. If you're here, I have no tightness and I'm moichel you. But if you happen to remember, if you see it, please give it back to me. Because I remember after Yontif, somebody asked me for it, and I said, sure. I got this kuntrus from somebody, sent it to me from Ahavat Yisrael. I think the Mechaber's name is Rav Tehrani. I think so. Some Sfaradish tzaddik. He also wrote a chibur on the Inyan of Tshuva. There's a sefer that he put out 2 years ago on Tshuva. It's a gewaldige sefer. And this is a small kuntrus on the Inyan of the 3 weeks. And I was going to put it ready into Shemus, it's like another booklet someone sent me. I thought, all right, I have a lot of hardcover things to read, and I didn't know what it was. But I always look inside a little bit, and I saw Yesh Kan Mashu. Wow. And in the back he had a tefillah. It says on top, Tefillah Meshutefes al Tzarim Shal Klal Yisrael Chibur L'Tzar HaShechina. Because that's what this whole day is about. Our Tzar is Kivyochel L'Tzar HaShechina. And those who learn the sugya of Tisha B'Av properly and prepare know that's what this whole thing is about. I'll get to it maybe at the very end this morning. L'Tzar HaShechina. Imo Einaychi B'Tzar. That if it's not good for us, it means it's not good kivyochel for him. So this Talmid Chacham wrote this tefillah at the end of the kuntrus, and I realized it's something that I need to go over again a few sentences, and then we'll begin Kinnos. Before I read this, I just want to remind the Olam that everybody should move at their own pace, that most of you have already Kinnos that have either a Hebrew parish or an English translation, and there's no din, it's not Kriya Shema that you have to dafke say it in Lashon HaKodesh, say it in the language that you understand, but be careful not just to read. You have to say it, not just to read with your eyes. It's very easy to just fall into that, because we get tired after so much time of saying words. But it's important to say the words, whether it's in English or Lashon HaKodesh, but to just say the words, not just to read them. And we'll try to finish. We'll finish Baruch at that time around Chatzos. I'm going to, Rabbi Levin is going to speak by the 26th Kina, and then I'll say something by Mem Aleph, by the 41st Kapitel, and then I'll speak again at the end before I lead Siyah. Listen to a few sentences from this tefillah. Azor li Hashem b'chol pam shani mispala. Now during the Kinnos, everybody could say their own tefillahs, and you should. And don't worry if you fall behind a little bit here or there. Whatever it is, there's no din on the shir. I told somebody last night that one of the chevra I was talking to him, and they said that years ago I was sitting next to a Holocaust survivor when I was a teenager, and we were sitting in the shul and he was saying Kinnos. After around an hour, he said, "That's a good time." He just closed and he left. He said, "I had enough of this already." He said something like, "I had it, I lived through it, and I had enough reading it. I'm done for it today." It's not a shia in how many and which kina. The ikar is cry out from our breaking heart. That's the ikar. So you should say tefillas also. Not just to read what somebody else wrote, what the tzaddikim wrote, what the kadmonim wrote, the paitanim, but to say your own tefillas, to put them in, to say your own tefillas, to talk about your own 4,000 kashas, and how it's not doing so. There are things in life that are not doing so great by you, by your wife, by your child, by children, Khalil, by friends, by family, by Yiddishkeit. And that I believe that if it's Baina Yisham Hashem, and is that that you could do all of that. So Azor li Hashem b'chol pam shani mispal lichlal b'tfilosi gam es haklal. Help me, Hashem, that when I'm davening, when I'm going to say that I should have in mind haklal, the Jewish people, all Jews everywhere. V'gam es tzara shchina, the tsar of the shchina. V'rochel mavaka al baneh. Azor li l'schar b'litzar ha'ishi sheli. Hashem, help me to connect, help me to feel my own personal pain, the things in my life that are hurting me. Umitoicho lahagia leleiv nishbar, and help me to feel my heart that's broken. Kedei shetfilasi tiyeh mitoich amkus haleiv, so I should be able to daven mitoich amkus haleiv, from a deep place. But Yomim Elu, in these days, he was talking about the whole 3 weeks. Achas Kam V'Kam, Tisha B'Av itself. Yomim Elu Atakari L'Chov. That's what I was trying to talk about last night a little bit. These days in Tisha B'Av Atakari L'Chov. You're calling out to me, Hashem. You want me to feel my pain. You want me to feel that pain. L'Chov K'dei Livkos Bechi Shel Tikva. You want me to feel that pain so that I should cry tears of hope, of hazar and bedimah, of hope, tears of hope that it shouldn't continue this way. Hashem, you could change this. You could change this in a minute. You know, every Motzei Shabbos, my wife and I have a minhag that, you know, you're supposed to tell a story of tzaddik in Motzei Shabbos by Malava Malka. So we have a Seder Motzei Shabbos for a very long time. That my wife lights a candles. We wash, and I always say, no, Michla, maybe you have a ma'isa to say. And I know that she does because we always say the exact same ma'isa for many years. It's the ma'aseh from the tzaddik, from the Talmid Baal Shem Reb Hirsch Alokas Chusei Helena. Reb Hirsch Alaka didn't have parents. His parents, I don't know, he was raised by his grandparents. Mistama, they didn't die of old age. And Reb Hirsch Alaka, it was time for shidduch. Poor people, he didn't have parents. It wasn't so posh. Jews were particular back then also, not just now. And Hishalika was having a particularly hard time, not only his matzav, but also he was very, very short. And the Hishalika was crying his heart out, and he said, Rebbeinu Shalom, you could do anything, so you could make me taller. I have enough things against me. And every Motzei Shabbos, my wife says that the next morning at Hishalika, nothing fit him. Hishalika was tall. And then he was able to, they made him a shidduch. And his father-in-law, as is a custom, his father-in-law bought him a beautiful watch. Some kind of a gold piece. And he lost it. Doesn't say how long, but he lost this gold watch. And Abishag said, Rabbi Shalom, Master of the world, the whole world is yours. There's no nafkamina between this place and that place. You could bring all places right here to this place. So whatever place it is that my watch fell, you could bring this place to that place to this place. No nafkamina to you. You could bring China to here too. So I'm asking you, please, if you could please bring that place to this place, I should get the watch back. And he found his watch. And then my wife and I daven every Motzei Shabbos, please Hashem. There's so many Jews that are lost. We've had things with our own children over time. Every parent has tefillahs. You can make this one taller. You can make us taller. There are laughs, there are smiles that children lost, or that other Jews have lost because of the disappointments and the pain that they've been through in life. But the whole world is yours. You can bring it back. There were zivugim that were lost, so you could bring back the person's zivug. And it should be a good vach. It should be a week where all of Hashem's children are able to find themselves. All that's lost is able to be, Hashem will bring back to us. And not to settle, to daven for geula, for redemption. Nidcha Yisrael Yechanes were also fablunged, that we should come back. We're lost. Ha'isi keseh oived, to'isi keseh oived. That Hashem should be mekayim the mitzvah of Hashavas Aveda. That He told us that He's mekayim all the mitzvahs. That means that He's able to give back a person his innocence. You ever think of that? Hashem's Baruch, you can give us back our innocence. You can give us back our tamimas. It means that when Simcha is lost, you can give us back. Shavas Mesaisli Beinu, you can give it back to us. Wherever, how it got lost, this person lost his innocence on the school bus, on somebody else's telephone, that your kids saw this thing. You can give my child back his or her innocence. I'm begging you to give it back to her. To give it back to him. Something happened between myself and my child, and there's a wall, and we're far apart. We were once close. You can give that back. You can bring it back. You can do anything. Give back to me the words that will make my child feel good, that my child will want to come home, that my child will want to put on film, that my child will want to marry a Jew. You can do anything. The whole world is yours.
On the psaches libi v'chabro Yisrael ka'ev sheli. Darko atam medaber elai. Because Rebbeinu Shalom, if you open my heart to feel my pain, darko atam medaber elai. Through my pain, you're speaking to me. That's the Bas Kol inside of me. Hashem is speaking to me through that feeling of what's missing. V'darko psaches libi lahargish gamas hatzar shel kol ahuvai mishpachti kroivai. And through that, let me also feel the tsar of all those who I love, of my family, my kroivim. V'am Yisrael kulai. HaNeshama magishes tsar Shechina. I know that my neshama feels the tsar of the Shechina. My neshama feels that emptiness. Because my neshama is a chelik elokam yimal mamish. So my neshama feels that. My neshama comes from the kisei hakoved. Al shalom kol ha'olam. Rebbeinu help me that I should daven for peace in the entire world. People, so many people all over the world are suffering from terrible, terrible things, from all kinds of Hashem that are making milchamis. We don't even understand milchamis. But star ba'avorim. Help me be a person that when I hear something, when I hear that something happened, or I see a picture of something happen, people are, a building was blown up, or people are homeless, I should be able to feel that. You know, I mentioned last night that one of the chaverim in the mountains from our place that he died last week, and at the Levaya was Sunday. It was in Shem Hadas that at the Levaya that his chavrusis said that chavrusis and business partners. Some of you might learn the Daf Yomi with him. Suli Borenstein he gives a shir Daf Yomi. He's a gewaldige Yid. And Suli was saying at the Levaya how he was sitting with this person, the business partners, the chavrusis, and how they ate someplace. They ate in the city, in a restaurant. They had a business, something. They ate and they had some, and that his friend, this Lucy that was nifta, that he asked the waiter he couldn't finish the pastrami sandwich or something. He asked him to wrap up the sandwich. They have to take home, and they walk outside. Shuli says he goes outside and they're walking in the city, and he comes to the first homeless person sitting on the ground over there with a pushka, and this Lucy, this Chamaloza takes the pastrami sandwich and he gives it to this guy. And I was thinking when I heard that, you know how many times in life you just pass by, it's like a simple thing, you just don't think about it. You don't feel this guy's pain. What does it feel like? What does it mean to sit like that on the street? Well, most of these people are not well, but what does that feel like? To feel the tsar of the world, not just of my family, of my friends. To feel that pain of the whole bri, of the whole world. To be a person that's sensitive and that's caring, that my heart feels that. Lahargish es tsaro shel ha'acher, v'luchol oisi b'tzari, that I should make that part of my own tsar. As reinless pala refuas kol amcha beis Yisrael. Rebbeinu help me to daven for refuah for all Jews who are sick. And correvely, and then to say specifically, it hurts me that so-and-so, and to say the name of that person that you know who's not feeling well, whether beguf or benefesh, who's not well. And then it's not enough. Help me to think deeply about this mitzias of Jews, of chelecha, of people who are sitting. How many hospitals? And how many hospitals? There's so many beds, and so on goes on and on and on with this description. But to think about it, prote. And not only that, but help me to think about the families of those people who are sick. How much the absence of that person and the fear for his well-being, how much it affects the entire family, and so on. It goes on and on. I don't want one or two more sentences. Uba'ad kol hanoshim ha'machakas lipribeten. Rebbeinu Shalom, help me feel the pain. Help me feel the pain of those who are waiting for shidduch. The embarrassment, that feeling that a girl has when all of her classmates already have children. Where there are classmates who are already making chasnas for their children. And she still hasn't been married. And to help me feel what that's like, what does that mean? That longing that's so natural that a woman wants to have children, that she's married and she can't have children. This amik bitzaron shel zugay seidar reitzim lahav yiladim love, to feel the pain of those couples that want so badly to bring children to the world. And menasim, they try all different mekavim, they're hoping kama ka'ev yesh leishish lamatzlicha lahavi tinak la'olam. How? What does that feel like? The most natural, instinctive thing for a woman is to have a baby and to raise a child. What does that feel like? Do we think about it when we're happy and we're walking with our strollers and we're holding our children, our grandchildren, that there are so many people that they're watching that and their hearts are breaking. And their hearts are breaking because they don't have children, and they're also breaking because they say, what kind of a lousy person am I, that I can't even forgive this person for having a kid, that I feel jealous that this person has a kid, and I'm not even happy for this because I heard the announcement on Shabbos and Shul, and Mazel Tov, that so-and-so had a little girl, a Mazel Tov, I'll be a bris, b'shotov mutzlachas, and I'm not happy for that person. What's wrong with me? Because we don't know what that feels like. So on top of feeling the emptiness of not having my own kid, I have to hear another announcement for someone else's kid. And on top of that, I have to see what a rush I am for not being happy for that person having a kid. But I don't know what to do about that feeling. What does that feel like? Uba'ad kol yaldei Yisrael, and Jewish children, help me to feel what they're going through. First of all, shetishmei mikol hashpah sheli yisrael, watch over our children. They're in such a dangerous world. It used to be by our ancestors that they were in danger of Cossacks killing them. They were in danger of pogroms. Our children, for the most part, Chazdei Hashem, don't feel that danger. Not that there aren't places where Jews are in danger, but for the most part, our children don't feel. They're not afraid of a Cossack. I mean, so you have to. Children are brought up there, especially in certain areas, with fear of a Yishmaeli. But our children are every single day when we send them off to school, we're afraid. What are they going to be exposed to? What are they going to see? What's someone going to talk to them about on the bus? Is my child going to lose his innocence this day? Is my child going to lose his emunah today? I have parents. Before the summer, someone came to tell me he's got a 14-year-old child. The kid comes back from yeshiva and says, I don't believe in anything. A 14-year-old kid. So I don't believe in anything. I don't believe in any of these maisim. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in anything. The whole thing is bubba maisis. I don't believe in anything. So the nicest parents, like very, very nice, wonderful, from people. The kids comes back and says, I don't believe in anything. What happened? What did you hear? Who told you? What's going on? How did HaKadosh Baruch Hu leave all of a sudden? What happened? And then you understand that from that there's a whole shtaus. He's 14 years old. He doesn't believe in God. So he doesn't believe in God, doesn't believe in anything. So therefore, what's to stop him from doing anything that he wants to do? And nowadays, a 14-year-old boy wants to do things that 14-year-old boys years ago never even knew they could do. And then you have all of a sudden, you have parents, right? To watch our children from all hashpars. V'tein l'kol echad mehem es hatmicha v'hadrocha lo hu zokuk And Rebbe Shalom help that each child should meet that person that says good words, that you should be Zeicha, that my kid, that the Rebbe should be a person that makes my kid feel good about himself. It's not so pashut. Your kid could get stuck with some Rebbe who himself is coming from a long line of broken people and continues on with breaking other people, or a Mora that doesn't give your daughter life but takes away her life. You don't know what's going to be in the classroom nowadays. Just because somebody got a job, you don't know what's going to be. Help that it should be that Baruch Hashem, there's so many wonderful, good teachers, so many kind, wonderful, wonderful teachers. Help that my child should be zeicha to have such a teacher. Because I remember the good words from those teachers. I try to forget the other stuff. There was a lot of other stuff I remember. And if not for those good rebbeim and those teachers that were kind and they cared about me, so you have to daven that the children should be good hadracha for them, and that if they need advice, that they should get good advice. You know how many crazy things are going on? What kind of advice people are getting from people who they think know? The kind of crazy answers people are giving and getting. You have to daven that your child should be in a place and be with people who care for him or for her and give good answers. Protect my child that he shouldn't or she shouldn't be exposed to somebody who's going to damage his soul. Who's going to damage his soul or her soul. It takes one picture. It takes one word, and your child's soul can be damaged. Can be so stained, so deeply stained, that for the rest of his life, for the rest of her life, he can't shake that conversation from when he was 11 years old. Azola kol yalei Yisrael ligdol b'kedusha v'tahara. To help, they should grow up b'kedusha v'tahara. That's what we want, that our children should be holy, they should be pure. The world is so impure. If I would share with you some of the maisim that I heard, I can't, because it could come out somehow a connection to this person or that person. But the maisim that I heard at the beginning of the summer, some things that were going on in a camp. There was a girls' camp, and someone called to ask me, should they take the kid out of this camp? And it was a very, very, very frum camp, a very nice camp. What was going on in the bunk? Little girls. That they were in the bunk, in this bunk, there were girls that thought they're boys. And these girls who thought they're boys are trying to do things with the girls who think that they're girls. And this is what's going on. And things that we never heard, these kind of things in our lives. And the father said to me, my wife and I spent every penny that we have, and all we ever do was daven to put our daughter, that she should be in good school, and she should have nice friends, and everything should be good. And then she should have a nice time in the summer. The summer is usually the nicest thing for a kid, is to camp and to have nice memories. And he said, it's the first week of camp, and my daughter's already been exposed to such things that I don't know how she's going to forget the rest of her life what she saw, and what she heard, the things that were told to her. It's not. Camp was always supposed to be the nicest time. You have to ask Hashem. There are children that see certain things and hear certain things, and they're confused, and they're not going to tell their parents. They're embarrassed. And they're very confused, and they're walking around with all kinds of crazy things in their head. Hashem, you could bring back their innocence. I think everybody gets the picture. Hashem Yisrael should help us. Hashem Yisrael should help us to get to the tachlis of all of this. The tachlis of all of this is that everything that's missing comes from that day of Tisha B'Av. And that the greatest pain that you and I have really of all is we feel in the inkling of the tsar of the Shekhinah, of the Chil Hashem that's in the world. That each and every one of us has to believe that whatever it is that you and I are feeling, that Hashem Yisbarach feels infinitely more than that. And that the most horrible thing of all is that Hashem's name, that Hashem's mitzias in this world is disgraced. To feel the pain of that Chil Hashem. And to know that every single Jew who is suffering in this world, that's a Chil Hashem. And that every single moment that we're going through all these things that I've just been talking about, that's a Chil Hashem. That's a Chil Hashem. You took us out of Mitzrayim, you made us into your people, and you told the whole world that we have some special union with you. So what's going on? It's the biggest Chil Hashem in the world. What's happened to us is the biggest. Your name is Mischalel in the worst, most disgusting way. Yeah, look, whatever you felt bad that someone said something bad about you, maybe God forbid on a internet or on some kind of thing, it was posted about you. But the Baruch Shem has much worse postings about him. Much, infinitely worse. There's Chil Hashem. So Baruch Shem, we want to say to you that if it'll be good for us, it'll be good for you too. It should be good for both of us, for all of us. That we should be zeichen with Hashem, that all these Kinnos should be changed into Tikkun and to Simcha, and we should be zeichen the Gula Amitis, Amen v'Amen. Shavas U'Emanish.
Oh,
Beganti, Behilalti, Mayai, Believing Nishbach, Eichatefati, Meishai Sa, Ayashlicho, Eichatefati, Meishai Sa, Ayashlicho, Negizakavitan, Oh, do you like the vibe? What do you like this guy? All the best of me, I'm German. I love we did all of us, we cut the top of basic level 9. Alles an der Sonne. The guy's mind is done with his Could be a Keshikarai, Lawrence and Provish, East Harai, Lawrence a Shevega, Garai, Yashua Chavetzeles Hasharai. Skip to your Aleph. Kainin Yirmiyahu al
Ahavat Hayikarim kol biromish v'yulivkai Lamazev almazev yikronum Yachad zoyim ebechai Rognu li'amir l'shoyn eicha Eicha shpasek esua Eicha salmoin the sake of lots of areas of the villages. Take the
Tikvosam nos Lamentations because the Baskol Nishma Ura Lama Sisha. Im Takhalna Noshim Piriya Marlele Tipukim Marlele. Mitzay. Because the Noshma 40 years
The pathway to Raise the Shua Saloi Maidim, if the Kaldana should be a mashmir. When you heard the Mikdash Adonai, Vein V'Avi, Loi Mashmir. Ato Marte, Tereiti, Nifnani V'Ama. Nifni Al, Filu Shmach, Leshafach, V'Aleim Zama. What the tzaddik of Kalafo, Father Nayat Stoko, Natdika, Bechiva, Lama Nahina, Velonu, Adiba, Kichol, Zois, Basno, Bechoivel, Father Nayat Stoko, skip the Aleph. 21. Isaiah Alavon and Adiva. The tzedek im lech melech yemar shol mi me'ev lech lo yirod nisa Aharishu mimeni v'adavei v'yachlem Skip to 24. Al-Khum Beis HaMikdash, ki hu baz v'gilda, shadi spoil v'chosum.
Shanta bist.
Azavti is basi, ves nachalosi, notash. Mitain Raishimayim, Mitain
Next Kinnos, discuss how Yirmiyahu Navi is running to the Kivrei Avos, running around Ras Machpelah from kever to kever, from tzaddik to tzaddik. Zechus Avos, he's begging them, asking them, where's the Zechus Avos, all the years that the Avos Imos had put into their children. And each one calls out, Zak, Av Hamon, Ab Ravino calls out and says, Echinam nuseis yesa bechinos avuram. Was it for naught that I went through these 10 nisyonos, these 10 challenges, sacrificed my life? And Yitzchak says, L'shav bi tevach chuchak, was it for naught that I was almost shechted, sacrificed my life? Okay, that's Yitzchak. Of to Moshe Beinu and to Yaakov Avinu and to Leah and each one. And where is the Zechus Avos? And the Zechus Avos compounded by the generations of tragedies and challenges and sacrifice that we made as a people throughout the years. And it seems that we've lost the Zechus Avos, Yirmiyahu is crying out. You know, life as the Jewish people is full of ups and downs. It's a roller coaster. All types of sacrifices we made over the years as a people, as individuals. And there's an incredible Yid HaKadosh, he explains in the famous Ma'aseh of Gemara and Shabbos of the Nachri, who wanted to convert. He goes to Shammai and to Hillel, and he says, I want to I want to learn the entire Torah on regel achas on 1 foot. And Shammai sends him off. He says, it can't be, it's not possible to learn the entire Torah regel achas. And Yid HaKadosh says what the Nachri was asking was that I want to become a Jew. I want to be Yid, but I don't want to go through the roller coaster of the life of a Jew. I want to be a regel achas, a madrega achas, just to go through life one plane. I don't want the ups and downs. I don't want the challenge. I don't want the nisyonos that all the avos imos went through. I want to just live life madrega achas. And Shammai sent him away, but Hillel says, that which you hate, don't do to your friend. And the response, says the Yid HaKadosh, was that Hillel explained that the only reason why you exist, that you as a Nachi want to convert, is because there is a Jew, perhaps a tzaddik, that went through a period of darkness in his life. And when a Jew goes through darkness, a period of choshech, a period of galus, a challenge, a test, so that Jew, when he goes to such a place, a God-forsaken place, he experiences a God-forsaken event in life, or meets a God-forsaken person, that Jew leaves some nitzotzos of Kedusha. He leaves a spark of Kedusha. He leaves something behind that he encountered this event, this experience, this moment, this place. There's some Kedusha that he leaves. And the Hillel said to this Nachri, the only reason why you were inspired to become a Jew, the only reason why you were inspired to convert is because some Yid, some tzaddik left his mark, a Kedusha, in that dark place where you come from. He left a mark. And your whole existence, your whole inspiration is because of that Jew. Because he had ups and he had downs. And those downs in life, it wasn't just a down, it wasn't just a time of distance, but it was an opportunity for him to encounter that place and infuse it with Kedusha. And you were zocha to have that experience. You were zocha to have that hashba of this tzaddik. So if you want to become a Jew, you have to realize that there are ups and there are downs, but those moments of downs are opportunities for you to inspire other people, to encounter your old friends, to bring them to the Torah. Now, this incredible Chassam Sofer explains the Gemara that I'm sure many are discussing today, why we're commemorating Tisha B'Av today, because Rebbe was Bikesh La'akor Tisha B'Av Shechal Yos B'Shabbos. Rebbe felt that there shouldn't be a Tisha B'Av this year. And Tisha B'Av coincides with the Shabbos, it shouldn't be, it should be obliterated by Shabbos. And of course that wasn't accepted. But the Chassam Sofer explains the reason why Rebbe wanted to do this. Chassam Sofer says that someone like the Arizal, whose pain of the Churban Beis HaMikdash and the Galus is something we can't imagine, the depth of pain that he felt, we don't come close to. But at the same time, the experience of Shabbos, the Kedusha of Shabbos, the Oneg of Shabbos that Rizal experienced, was able to surmount and overcome the Avelis of the Churban Beis HaMikdash. So on the level of the Rizal, the Chassam Sofer says, and the level of Rebbe, where although their pain of the Churban was so incredible, but the Kedusha of Shabbos was even greater than that, it was able to overcome and obliterate Tisha B'Av that year. But on our level, he explains that, yes, our appreciation of the pain of the Beis Mikdash is not so strong, unfortunately. But at the same time, our appreciation of Shabbos and the Kedusha of Shabbos, Oneg Shabbos, isn't that great either. And he says an incredible thing. He says that because yesterday on Shabbos, that we should not have felt any level of Avelis because of Tisha B'Av. It should have been a Shabbos that was full of Kedusha, full of Simcha, full of Oneg. We felt the Bissel Avelis. We felt the Tisha B'Av that was there. So it was a chisaron in the Kiyum of Shabbos, he writes. He says, just as when a person has a tainus chalom and he fasts on Shabbos, if he has a bad dream Friday night, he fasts on Shabbos, he has to fast on Sunday because he was machal Shabbos. He says the reason why we're fasting today, the reason why there's an Avelis today is because we're machal Shabbos, not because it's Tisha B'Av. This is because we didn't keep Shabbos properly. We were Mechal Shabbos. We encountered a dark day of Tisha B'Av, and we had the opportunity to bring the Kedusha of Shabbos, to bring the Or of Shabbos, and to obliterate the Avelus and the Churban Beis HaMikdash, but we're not in that level. So when a tzaddik gets to a dark place, he encounters a dark person, a dark event, they have the ability to bring Kedusha and Or into those places. We don't have that ability, and that's why we're here, because we don't have that level of bringing the Kedusha that we're supposed to. So we go through life with ups and downs. And the question is, how do we deal with those ups and downs in life? Success isn't only measured by how much we accomplish, but it's also how much and how we fare the difficulties and challenges. How do we respond to adversity? Do we lose our cool? When you go through a difficult moment in life, do we come home and yell at our wife, yell at our husband? Do we raise our voice to our children? Or perhaps, like Rebbe discussed, maybe we give them the silent treatment, and there's emptiness and kalmana. Do we lower our guard? Do we feel that Kadosh Baruch Hu slighted us, and then we give space to the Sahara coming to those difficulties, those downs in life, those low points in life? Do we feel that Kadosh Baruch Hu Chas v'Shalom forgot us, and we just let everything go, and there's no Shmiras Halashon, and no Shmiras Hanayim, and Shmiras Habris, and everything is just broken? Kadosh is telling us that these moments of lowliness, the moments of darkness, are not just challenges, but they're opportunities. The opportunities to bring Kedusha and Or into our lives and the lives of others. And the flip side, when we go through ups in life, with thriving, success, parnasa, maybe excess parnasa, there's simcha in our life, and there's health, and the children are good, and the shalom bayis is fantastic, everything's in order. And we think we're going through great moments in our life, sunny days, good weather. And that too, the ups of life could be very deceiving. They could be completely void of any ruchnius. And we oftentimes trick ourselves when things are going well, that means our ruchnius is great as well. Life might be great, the money might be coming in, fancy vacations, happy times, but there's no ruchnius in our life. It's an incredible bracha to have everything in order in Gashmius, to have all the things in health and parnas and happiness. But these are brachas from HaKadosh Baruch Hu to pave the way for opportunities. It's there to allow us, to enable us to come closer to the Rebbeinu Shalom, to daven, to connect, chesed, mitzvahs, kviyas itim. And sometimes we trick ourselves when we think ruchnis is great also. We might have a great streak of catching minyan every day, 3 times a day, which is a great feat for many people and should be a baseline for everyone. But sometimes we trick ourselves to thinking as long as we're catching minyan, everything is great, but ruchnis. And that's when we think we really have ups in life. But are we making ourselves into better people? We could be kovei itim and have a chavrusa in the morning, chavrusa at night, but we come home, we could be the nastiest husband, the nastiest father or mother to the children. If you're not being a better person, if you're not changing yourself, these are not ups. If you're not feeling a Kadosh Baruch Hu in your life, these are not ups. The ups and downs are meant to bring Kedusha into our life. The great Maisa, Rav Baruch Bennett, the Talmud of the Chassam Sofer, he had a study in his house, a little base medrash in his house, and every Friday night he would spend hours there learning after the Suda. And before Shabbos, his wife would set up large, long candles in every corner of the study. And the Shabbos would light them before Shabbos. So there was one Shabbos, the Suda was over, and Bennett went to his study, and the lights weren't on, the fire wasn't lit, the candles weren't lit. He steps out and says to the Rebbitzin, "You forgot to light the candles." She says, what do you mean? I set everything up. The candles were lit before Shabbos. So she goes into the room and she sees that the candles are lit. So she calls her husband in. She says, the candles, look, the fire's on. He said, I don't see any candles. I don't see any light. And she started to get very nervous that something was wrong with his vision. And she says, there's fire all over the place. I could see everything. Everything in the room is lit. I don't see a thing. She says, let me ask you a question. Who lit the candles? She said, the shaman lit the candles. Like every week, I set up the candles. He lit the candles. He goes over to the shaman. He says, tell me, what time did you light the candles? What was the Zman? Turned a little red. He said, it was a little later than the right Zman, but I lit it. I'm sure I lit it in time before Shabbos started. And he says, you must have lit it a little bit late. Sometimes there's light in our life, but it's not really light. Sometimes we think life is great because we could do these great things and go out to fancy restaurants and spend time with the family, which is all great and special. But if there's no kedusha in their life, there's no ruchnis in their life, these are not ups, these are downs. The lesson that Yitzhak Kadosh is telling us that every down has to be an up. And every up can't be a down. Every up must be an up. And that's what life of a Jew is. Ups and downs. So Yitzhak Kadosh asks a question. He says, how do we know? How do we know if we're addressing the ups in life the right way and we're addressing the downs in life the right way? How do we know if we're doing the right thing? How do I know if I'm being a better person? How do I know if my midos are getting better? My connections to Ribono Shalom is getting better. How do I know? What's the test? Everything else in this world is a test. You want to weigh the gold? You put it on a scale. You want to weigh the silver? You put it on a scale. There's a way to measure everything. Ask the Yitzhak Kadosh, how do you measure your avodas Hashem if it's getting better or not? You know what he says? The answer is your Ahavat Yisrael. Is your love for every Jew getting better or not? If you're going to the Beis Medrash every single day learning, and you're not feeling the pain of another Jew, and you're not feeling the love of the other Jew, that means that the learning isn't the best it should be. If you're not feeling the pain of Chaim Elazar and his wife and his children, if you're not feeling the pain of those yin who are waiting in line to eat that rat poison, if you're not feeling the pain of those girls in camp, that means the avodas Hashem isn't right. The Ahavat Yisrael must be increasing. The love for another Jew, for a Kadosh Baruch Hu's people, has to be increasing. That's the litmus test. That's the indicator. That's the scale to know that we're doing the right thing or not. I heard a beautiful idea from the name of Rav Mansour. The mice of Kamsa Bar Kamsa. Kamsa was supposed to be invited. Bar Kamsa was invited. Instead, it led to what it led to. So he asked the question, so why is it Kamsa Bar Kamsa? Why is Kamsa attributed with why is he part of the name of this terrible story? Kamsa didn't do anything wrong. He didn't show up. He wasn't invited. So the Maharsha there writes that the Kamsa Bar Kamsa was a father and a son. Kamsa was the father, Bar Kamsa was his son. You have in a few places in Chazal that the way Bar Kamsa acted, his behavior, it was indicative of what his father was like. My wife is a fourth grade teacher, and she finds it fascinating when the parents come in PTA. You see, the parents are just like the children just like the parents. How they talk, how they walk, everything about them. Whether it's good or whether it's bad, but just everything about them you could see. She likes to try to guess whose parents they are when they walk into the room. So when you see a child like Bar Kamsa, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Unfortunately, we live in a time, as Rebbe spoke earlier, about the hashpahs of the outside world, of the buses and the camps and the friends and the phones. So even with the sweetest of parents, who knows what could happen to children and the exposure that they have. But that being said, doesn't mean the parent doesn't have a duty as a parent to instill that love of Ahavat Yisrael. I was so overtaken. My wife shared with me someone from the shul, I don't want to embarrass them, but such a beautiful idea that the mother told her the other day before she sent her son off to camp. She said, listen, we'll call him Ruvain. Ruvain, you've been going to this camp for a number of years and you're very comfortable, you're popular, the kids like you, a lot of friends. And undoubtedly there's going to be a new boy or two or three in camp who doesn't know anybody, who's different, who's new, may not be as popular. I want you, Ruvain, to go over to that boy. I want you to make him feel comfortable. I want you to include him in the games. He might be standing on the side and you're playing basketball. I want you to include him. Give him a chance to play. Throw him the football. Give him a good place in the batting order, a good position in the field. Make him feel comfortable. That's Ahavat Yisrael. I saw a couple of days later a different person out, not from the shul. I saw a post somewhere that this father gave his daughter the similar type of message. Same idea. There's going to be someone there who's different, who's new, who feels uncomfortable. Make them feel comfortable. Bring them in. I was so taken by these two stories. I spoke to my sons last week on the phone. Yishai and Zevi, they're in camp. I said, listen, boys. I gave them the same message, not a lecture. I never liked hearing lectures. I don't like giving lectures. Children don't like hearing lectures. I tell them, it's a nice thing. I gave them chizuk that they were makabel. The Ahavat Yisrael, that's the litmus test, whether or not your avodas Hashem is the right, whether you're responding to the ups and downs in life in the right way. Spent a lot of time last year talking about Rabbi Trenk, Zechar Levracha. So in Maisa, he had this special yeshiva, and all types of boys who didn't fit into the regular mold, the regular yeshivas. And there was once a boy from a Hasidic background who came to his yeshiva. And all the boys are playing basketball. This Hasidic Yid didn't know how to play basketball. So what did Rabbi Trenk do? He took him outside, took a basketball, and taught him how to play. He taught him the rules. Inbounds, out of bounds, defense, offense, passing, dribbling, no traveling, all the rules. He's day in, day out teaching him how to play, how to shoot, how to pass, how to play the rules. That's Ahavat Yisrael. That's the measure of success. That's how a Jew responds to darkness, how a Jew responds to ups and downs in this world. I shared a couple months ago a mice of the Tasha Rebbe, this incredible Ahavat Yisrael, the great distance he would go and the great chachma he would use and sensitivity, how to help another Jew, the tzedakah and the chesed. There's another mice. It might sound similar, but it's very different, and it's a deep yesod here. So there's a chassid who came to the Rebbe, and he says he was having some issues with shalom bayis. It really came down, they didn't have a kitchen. It came down to the kitchen. The wife spent a lot of time in the kitchen, working hard. And they didn't have the luxury of a nice kitchen for her to work in. It was really having a big strain on the relationship. So the Rebbe said, so how much do you need to help make it a more conducive kitchen to make things a little bit better? So he said the contractor said we need $18,000. So the Rebbe says, just wait a few moments, let me make a few phone calls. So after a few phone calls, he says, here's $2,000 to get you started, and I'll get you the rest of the money in a month, but get home and get started. So he goes home and he gives $2,000 to the contractor, he gets his work started. And he's working harder, and it's the next round of money, the next payment, and the chassid told the contractor, I don't have the money yet, but the money's coming, I have a guarantee the money's on its way. He never receives the money. Another week goes by, the contractor's still working, he's asking for the money, you owe me a lot of money now. And after several weeks, the chassid says, I don't have the money, I'm trying, I'm waiting for the money. And the contractor threatens him with legal action. I'm going to take you to court. So the chassid goes back to the Tasha Rebbe. And he says, Rebbe, you gave me money, and I'm so appreciative of it. But you told me more money would come, and now I'm down a lot of money to this contractor. I can't pay for it. He's taking legal action against me. And the Rebbe said, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot. I was so busy with other things. Call your wife up. Let me talk to your wife first. So he calls up his wife, and the Rebbe says, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I got too busy. Just let your husband stay for a few days. I'm going to get the rest of the money. So she agrees, and he stays there for a few days, and then after a few days, he gives him $18,000. And the chassid said, thank you so much, Rebbe, but you only owe me 16, not 2,000. That's extra. That's for all the tzaros I gave you. 16,000 for the money and 2,000 for you for all the tzaros I gave you and your wife. He goes back home and he pays the rest, the contractor. And many, many years later, a Jew comes up to this chassid. He said, I need to tell you something. Years ago, the Tasha Rebbe sent me on a mission. He gave me an envelope with $18,000 to give you. And the way to go give you the $18,000, or $16,000 at the time, I guess, I stopped by the bank and I was overdrawn and I needed some money, so I took some money out of the envelope that was supposed to go to you. I said, I'll pay the few bucks back, which I put the money back in, I'll give you the full amount. And then I fell into debt, and this and that came. I ended up taking all the money for myself. And this chassid was dumbfounded that the Rebbe never blamed another Jew. That the Rebbe took the full blame for himself, that he forgot about it, even though that wasn't the reality. He didn't want this chassid to have any sinna towards another Jew who stole that money. He didn't want to let him know that some other Jew took that money. And Rebbe was willing to take the blame for himself to preserve the Ahavat Yisrael. That's what Ahavat Yisrael means. To feel the pain of another Jew. To feel the pain of all those Chaim Elazar, all those broken marriages, all those children whose parents are so distant from them. Kadosh Baruch Hu should give us the strength to make the downs of life really ups, and the ups in life really ups as well. That all the zechuyos of all the challenges, all the nisanos we went through these generations, on top of the zechus avos and the zechus of all the great tzaddikim, our zechuyos, we should be zocheh to turn those dark days in life with the Or of Mashiach, the Bias Gol Tzedek, Meher v'Yameinu, Amen v'Amen.
Os balach yom yom al kivrei avos. V'gavat somos chavivos 26 chavav. V'gavat somos chavivos matam shoich Shalachti b'vel l'manchem, Hinning mishoy ve'ev galus b'neichem, Oz b'mloi sefek.
Lochem Bonai, Xerim Lefanai, Shomei Mikdash Mibli Boy Moye, Aki Yididim Nitnu Limoy, Tisha B'Av Kemeyaz Samech V'Soyed, Trachim Tzion Kiva Moye. Skip to 31, Laman Aleph. Laman Aleph, Eish Tukat V'Kirbi. Eish Tukat V'Kirbi, V'Aloisi Alibi, V'Tzeis V'Mitzrayim. Kina, Mayra, Lamaskir, V'Tzeis Skip to 33. 33. Hey, Villa, Raninus, Nakama Ura Bekuma Haraim Shiflei Kaima Yodin Givia Isvikma Shchina Kama Al Mekaima Lamentations 36 Sion Halas Ishal Sion Halas Ishal Lishlam Asirayim Doishesh Lemefim Yes Adirayim Yom Mizrach Mitzvah Misayman Shlam See Mikol Avirayim Asher mechak v'yakir v'yiraloi serech v'yibak olav shnarayeh Lirais b'toivas v'yirayeh l'alei v'simchaseh v'delei kadmus ne'urayeh. The 38 Lamentations. Sion ateres svi simchas hamenayeh. Nach so wie ach wenn der Raum war, es ist mal die wenn wir was für Kolos, nein, was nein. Es soll really trust der ist Ari min Adama, Shuva yel nachnaya. Skip the 40. Sion Yedidus. Sion Yedidus is soil
Megillah Seicha is a very hard sefer. The third parak is the hardest. Ani agever ra'ani v'shevet evrasa. I am the man who has seen affliction by the rod of his anger. V'shevet evrasa. Oisi nag v'yelech chayshach v'le'ar. Hashem has led me and walked me in darkness, not light. When you look at these words, you can't help it. Notice, there's no question that the Navi wanted us to think about this in his world of Ruach HaKodesh. Because David HaMelech said, Gam Kelev Yetz Hamovis Lo Yirah Kiach Deimadi. It's the opposite. David HaMelech is saying that even though I'm in a place of darkness, I'm not afraid because Hashem, I know you're there with me. And Shivtu Mishantecha, Hey Minachamuni, not Minachamuni, and your Shevet, your rod, your staff gives me strength and comfort. And here is Shivana Hafeichu. Ani Ageverani, Shevet Evrosa. Here is Hashem's. And the whole parak, you look at the whole parak Gimel, the Kivyochel Hashem's Baruch has become the one who is hurting, the one who is endangering endangering us. It's just the opposite. The Navi's Hashem, who is Malavas, who's going with us. Just like the Ulmach is saying, Ki'ati Madi. But now, it's not that Hashem is taking us through the gates Hamavis and giving us chizik and watching over us, but Hashem is the one who's leading us into the gates Hamavis, who's taking us into the gates Hamavis, who's taking us into the darkness. That's what it says in Pasuk. By David Melech, Hashem is leading David Melech out of the darkness. And here, the Navi is saying, you're the one who's leading us into the darkness. And the Shevet here is the Shevet of Rosso, the rod of Hashem's anger. Not Shivtucha Mishantecha, Hey Minachamun.
David Melech is talking about our being afraid.
And Hashem is watching over and will take us through that difficult, frightening time. And here Hashem is the one himself who is leading us into that. The one who is himself the cause of our fear. And the whole parak, it's terrible. Ki ezak v'ashavei asasam tivilos. And I cry out to you, I scream to you, and my tefillas are closed, are shut. You turn away from them. And it goes on until the ultimate Yeush. The Navi expresses on our behalf the ultimate Yeush. V'omar ovad nitzchi v'sachalti mi'Hashem. I've come to the point why I've lost all hope. Ovad nitzchi v'sachalti mi'Hashem. I can't endure. I've lost all hope. Hakol avud. Everything is lost. Everything is verfallen. V'machashakim ha'yishivani kimese olam. Hashem, you have made me dwell. You have made me live in darkness. V'machashakim ha'yishivani kimese olam. Like those who are dead and are buried and left forever in the grave. That's Parag Gimel. So that should be the end of the whole story. There's nothing else. Ovad nitzchi v'schalti me'Hashem. Everything is lost. There's no hope. Okay, but it's a long time since then, and we're here. And not only that, but the Megillah goes on itself another two prakim. And we have Bez Hashem Shabbos Nachamu, Tu B'Av. But Hashem, my calendar, the Chasnas, Chasdei Hashem, the end of the English month. Not one, Bli Ein Har, almost every night. 2 chasnas. We have a lot to look forward to. Something happens in Parag Gimel. All of a sudden, it's the strangest thing. All of a sudden, like he's in the grave, the Navi meaning it's us, in the grave, Kimei say Olam. Done. Suddenly, Zois Oshiv El Libi. This is gewaldig. Suddenly, the Navi says, Zois Oshiv El Libi. This I will take to heart. Al Kain Ochil. And because of this, I will continue to have hope. Al Kain Ochil. Chazde Hashem ki lo yisamnu. Chazde Hashem, the kindness, the love of Hashem, ki lo yisamnu, is never ending. Ki lo yicholu rachamav. His rachamim doesn't end. Until finally, toiv v'yochel v'dumam l'shuas Hashem. Hashem is good to all those who wait for Him. To those who seek Him.
So this is an unbelievable, complete emotional reversal from the mamakim mamishim, the absolute depths of Yeush, of despair. The Navi, the Jewish people, somehow hope again, optimistic, wants to go on with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Al Kain, Oichel Loi. I have hope in Hashem. So despite all the terrible Yisurim, and here the Navi doesn't hide the truth, the terrible Yisurim, Kivyachal, in all due respect, you're the one who's responsible for them. Human beings have free choice, but you could prevent all of this from happening. And the Shevet the Navi identifies, the rod that's beating us up, is Shevet Evroso. The Nazis holding it. The Ishmaeli is holding it. The Roman is holding it. But it's Shevet Evroso. Rebbeinu Shalom, it's your Shevet. Shivtecha Mishantecha is Shevet Evroso. It's the same owner. The same balabas. And all of a sudden, all of this truth, because Hashem wants us, as we've been talking about the whole day, Hashem wants us to be truthful and honest. So after all of this, all of this misery that he attributes to Hashem, Shevet Evrasai, he says, I want to reconcile. I want to start again. I want to come back. And for the first time in the parak, he actually speaks to Hashem, not about Hashem. The whole parak is about Hashem. Not good stuff. The whole parak is about Hashem. All of a sudden, Rabba emunasech. All of a sudden he speaks to Hashem. To Hashem. Again, he's looking Hashem in the eyes. Until this point, it's as if the Navi and the Jewish people have walked away. Ovad nitzchi v'schachalti mi Hashem. I'm finished. I'm done. And we turn our backs and are walking away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The lion who pounces on me, the bear that ambushes me, the whole parak. And we're walking away. Or as people say these days, I don't need this. I didn't sign up for this. All the Lashonis. Not looking at Hashem and not wanting to look at Hashem. Zois Oshev Elibi. However, I took this to heart, and all of a sudden the Navi turns around. That's us. The Navi turns around and says, Rabba emunasecha. I'm in. I'm back. Great is your faithfulness. Rabba emunasecha. And he begins to turn within himself. This is what we do. After all of this, we come to El and Rosh Hashanah. And he turns into himself, recognizing the Navi speaks about his own shortcomings, his own sins, which means, again, Yerushalayim, the Jewish people, look within ourselves. We blame ourselves, we accept responsibility for our behavior. And Chazda Hashem Kiloi Sam. Until finally, Kilo Yiznach La'olam Hashem. Kilo Yiznach La'olam Hashem. Hashem will not reject me forever. Kilo Yiznach La'olam Hashem. Kim Hoiga V'richam Kirayv Chasadov. And even when he causes grief, he has compassion out of his great kindness. This is the strangest thing in the world, this parrot. And the big mystery, the big question is, what changed? Like, what caused this? Because the Navi does say one word. And obviously this word is the key to understanding the mystery of how the Navi came back to Hashem, of how Am Yisrael returned to Hashem, of how after all the things that have happened to us in history, as a people and individuals, not everybody has successfully turned around. But even our greatest enemies don't understand why we're still in it. So there's something that we have, and the mystery of what is it that we have, and what gives us that ability to get up from the shiva of Tisha B'Av to come to Tu B'Av El Rosh Hashanah is all in one word. Because it says, Zos Ashiv Elibi. So the question is, what is the Zos? This I take to heart. What is this? Zos Ashiv Elibi. Doesn't say what this is. But if we know what this is, and we do know what it is, once we know what this is, then you and I will be able also to get up and go on with Dalit and Hay and continue on making simchas, v'chulei. So let's learn the Medrash. The Medrash says very, very clearly what it is. The Medrash identifies the mysterious Zos. Zos Oshiv Elibi Al Kain Ochil. It's because of this Zos I have hope. I'm going to stick with it. And this Zos we have to give over to our kids, to our grandchildren. This Zos we have to give over to every Jew that we meet in our lives. This is it. So here's the Medrash. Marshal Ma'adavadayma. L'melech shenosem atroina. To what can this be compared? A king marries a girl because of Loksuba Meruba. And he writes a big suva for this queen that he chose. V'amalach kach v'kach and he and the Medrash goes on kach v'kach. In the Ksuba he writes all kinds of gewaldige things, how much he's giving to her in the marriage. The Medrash goes on, the king left her. Sounds like pretty soon after the chasana. The king leaves her and goes to Medina Sayyam, someplace overseas. He was there for a long time, he was gone. Her neighbors came to see her. And they were stalking her. They were mocking her. You understand, they're very jealous. She's the queen. The king didn't pick any of them. So they would say to her, the king has left you and he's gone to the Medina Sayyam. And he's never coming back. I'm not saying the whole I'm skipping. But the things that they would say to her. And after a while it got to her. There was no texting or emailing or anything like that. She didn't hear from the king. And Sof So she was crying. Boicha misaneches. The cave and shenichnas ilatoich beisa. So it was one particularly horrible day, and she went into the house, into the palace, wherever. She opened the drawer and she took out a ksuva. The Kores ve'roy b'ksuvasa kach v'kach and yoisela. And he read, and she was reading the ksuva kach, where it was written all these fantastic things, kach v'kach and yoisela, that I'm giving you. Miyad haisa misnachemes. She would be misnachemes, she would be consoled. She would continue on, being faithful and waiting. Finally, the king returned. And he said to BT, my daughter means my beloved, I am shocked. How were you able to wait for me all of these years? How did you do that? Amrloi, Adoni Hamelach, Ilmolek Suva Merubisha Kasafta V'Nasatali Kvarvduni Shchenoisai. If not for the unbelievable ksuva that you wrote for me, if not for that ksuva that I was able to take out and to look at and to remember, my neighbors would have long ago destroyed me. And here Chazal don't leave this up to our imagination. Here Chazal tell us the nimshal. Kach ha'umais moinin es Yisrael, the nations of the world, makas, shtachas, v'oim lahem, and say to the Jewish people, Elokechem histir panav mikem, your God has turned away from you. V'silei shchinasa mikem, and he's taken the Shekhinah away from you. V'oid einei chayzer aleichem, and he's never ever returning to you. V'yu boichen u'mesanchen. V'yu boichen u'mesanchen. Crying. Boichen u'mesanchen. Kevan shenichnosen lebate knisis, lebate midrashes. Kevan shenichnosen, so we were crying because Sof Sof, he's gone for a long time. And we haven't heard from him, and we haven't seen him. And over time, what they're saying, the nations, our neighbors, who have never gotten over the fact that we were chosen by the king, who have never forgotten Har Sinai and the Sinai, Sheyod Olam, the hatred that came from that chuppah of Sinai. So it was getting to us, it gets to us individuals, there were Jews that left. But for Kevin Shenichnos Lebate Knesiyas Lebate Midrashes. But wherever we were, during these long years of waiting, wherever we are, we had these places to go into. To the Bate Knesiyas, to our shuls and to our Bate Midrashes. The Korim B'Torah, and we would take out the Torah. Svarim, the Torah and Svarim we would read. And we would learn Shekosov, Ufanisya Aleichem, where we would read the Torah, but then we would read Ufanisya Aleichem, but I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to come back. I'm going to turn back to you. I'm going to return to you. V'hifreisi eschem, and I'm going to, this is the ksuba, and I'm going to make you greater than ever before. V'nasati mishkani b'soichechem, v'nasati mishkani b'soichem, and I'm going to live with you again. The Shekhinah is going to be with you again. B'soichechem, and v'salachti b'soichechem, I'm never going to leave you, and we're going to be together forever. V'hei misnachamim. Not everybody. But v'hei misnachamim. It's nechama. That's the ksuba. L'mocher, tomorrow, it should be tomorrow. Kishiyova Keitz HaGeula when Mashiach comes. Omer Lahem HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yisrael. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to say to us, Bonai, my children, Ani tameh mikem, I'm astonished. Eichim tamtem li kol eisen hashanim. How did you wait for me all of these years? That's us. The Shevis HaPleita. How did you wait for me? How did you keep on doing all of that? How did you get up? B'shachris ha-mincha mar? How do you keep on teaching your kids that it's kedai? Echem tamtem li. How did you remain faithful? Kol eisen hashana. We're having a big trip with the chevra. I want to wake you up. We're having a big trip with the chevra after Yontiv, and we're going to Edom. We're going to Edom. And the whole Malchus of Edom, that whole place, the whole Malchus of Edom, its paintings, its churches, its galachim, its pizza shops, whatever's there. I was never there. I'll have more to say about the place when we get there, Mr. Hashem. The entire mitzias of that place, of Edom, is the Shechina, the neighbor. And every single piece of art is a shtach, an attempted shtach. The New Testament and those who killed God have been rejected by God, killed the Son of God, are rejected by God, and he's left Jerusalem forever and he lives in Rome. So Hashem's going to say, Eichem tamtimli kol oisen hashan. How did you wait for me all these years? And we're going to say to Hashem Esbar, we're going to be sitting there, each one of us is going to be sitting there with our Gemaras and our Chumashim and with our Kedushas Levis and Mesil Sharms. We're going to be sitting there and we're going to say, Rebbeinu Shalom, if not for the Ksuba Maruba, if not for the Ksuba, if not for the Torah that you've given us, Kvar Avdunu Ha'umais, our enemies would have already destroyed us. And even if physically they weren't capable of gassing enough of us, they couldn't get around to it. They were stopped before they finished the job. But what would be the reason for the Shevis HaPleita after all the gassing took place? What would be the incentive to get up and start again? A few years ago we spoke about the shasim that were printed. In the DP camps, the shas was printed. In the DP camps. My father, Zechron Levrach, remembers the Klosenberg Rebbe running around with Sfarim. He was able to get the whole Maisa with the Klosenberg was up to a lot of interesting trips, and he was bringing back things, and setting up chevrusas. And he had a yeshiva that he started there called Shevis HaPleita. There are pictures of skeletons sitting. With Gemaras. Rebbeinu Shalom, ilulei teras shnesat alonu cry of duno haumais. If not for the Torah that you gave us, if not the Torah that you've given us, we would have been destroyed, even if they couldn't have finished the job. Whether it was in Spain or Spain, Portugal, whether it was in Poland, whether it was wherever. The aftershock, the hopelessness. I was talking to Shabbos a few weeks ago in the mountains, the Chaver there, that the Chuster Schus Ilenu, Reb Sheila Greenwald, my father, Zechron Levracha, knew very well. My father would go Yom Tovim, would go Yom Deraim to Borough Park to hear Reb Sheila Greenwald daven for the Amid. My father said it was never about tefillah, ever like Reb Sheila, like the Chisteruf, the Chuster. And then he said he lost everything, and after the Muhammad, it says in Pasuk Vayhi Achre Hamageifa. And he asked, why does it say Vayhi? Vayhi, the Gemara says, not the Gemara, Chazal say that Vayhi is a Lashon Tsar, right? Lashon Tsar. Vayhi is always something bad. Vayhi b'machashverish. Vayhi is good, Vayhi is bad. So it says Vayhi Achre Hamageifa is good. No, the Mageifa is finished. So Chustrov said Vayhi, the war is over. So what's Vayhi? Vayhi is a Lashon of Tsar, of Tzara. Because the Chustrov said, what do we do now? During the time of the Milchama, we were trying to hide and this and survive. But now, like my father told me, my mother told me, they went back to their homes, to their hometowns, and there's nothing. Everything's gone. There's nothing. There's no one. Vayhi Achre Mageifa. So what gave us all of these years? Mashiach is going to ask us. The Baruch is going to ask us. So how did you go on after the Mageifa? We're not talking about COVID now, you understand? How did you go on after Vayhi Achre Mageifa? Ilays Taros Cheshnasat Alonu Kvar Avdunu HaUmais L'Kach Nemar V'Zois Oshev Elibi. So now we know the mystery of the word Zois. Zois Oshev Elibi. This I took to heart. And the Medrash says, Ein Zois Ela Torah Shenemar V'Zois HaTorah. Think about the next time by Hagba. V'Zois HaTorah. L'Kach David Omar. Lulei Saros L'Shashuai Ozavadati Ba'oni Al Kain Ochil. That's Zois Oshev Elibi. And that's what the Chusterov turned back to, and the Klosenberger, and my parents, many of your parents or grandparents, or great-grandparents, about the Knessiyas. They built with their own hands again, Bate Knessiyas and Bate Midrashas, places to learn, places to daven. It's so ironic. It's back that time before September. And I'm on the phone every day because there are doors that are closed in many yeshivas. They're not letting Jews into the yeshivas. The kids that are thrown out of yeshivas. And those survivors built yeshivas knowing the secret of Zois Oshev Elibi. But Yirmi Hanavi was speaking on behalf of all of Am Yisrael and saying, "It's it, Ahavat Nitzchi v'Sigvasi v'Sochalti me Hashem." I'm done. Were you ever zeicher to hear Shevis HaPleita learning? Were you zeicher to hear Jews who were survivors learning? You ever zeicher to hear Ahavat Torah? Now we're worried about our kids. They don't want to go learn. They don't want to go back to school. Got kids, the yeshivas don't want them back, and then the kids don't want the yeshiva back. It's a good shidduch. No, the problem is it's usually the different kid. It's not the same kid. This one, the yeshiva is throwing the kid out. This one, the kid's throwing the yeshiva out. Many times I've mentioned here the sweetest sound. My father, Zechron Levracha, and his old chavrusa for 80 years, Binyamin Yumi. And the two of them sitting on the balcony, on the porch there, on Collins Avenue in Miami. After the Muhammad, they stayed together. And sitting there on the balcony, and the two of them learning. If you ask them, they'll tell you. And this song, the simcha of their learning, every word. And yelling at each other. You're still in Amaretz, you're so old, you're still in Amaretz. I remember the words. You're in Amaretz. You're Amaretz 80 years ago. Amaretz. That's the ksuba. That's the ksuba. Somehow, we take out that Gemara, we take out the ksuba, and Zayis Osher, believe me, say, Rebbeinu Shalom, you know, back then when this all started, let's talk sufficient uns, you know, between us. Back then when this whole thing started, you know, Har Sinai, truthfully, nobody really wanted you except for me. You want yourself around. You said you went to this one, you want it. You went to the Italians, you asked them, do you want it? You went to the Arabs, you want it? What would to be the Italians and the Arabs? You want it? And then nobody wanted you. And here we are, the old Amaratzim who was saying, we said what back then? Na'aseh v'nishma. You know, Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Eliezer was Rabbi Akiva's Rebbe, one of his rebbeim. And, you know, they weren't able to learn together for a long time. They weren't together because Rabbi Eliezer was a menuda, the whole ma'isa. And before Rabbi Eliezer died, he revealed to Rabbi Akiva that Rabbi Akiva was going to die a misa kasha, mishuna deka misa. He told Rabbi Akiva that he was going to die a terrible death. This is what happened to Rabbi Akiva. So Chazal tells Rabbi Akiva cried out, Rebbe, oilif li araisa. Rebbe, it's been such a long time since we learned together. Oilif li araisa. Can we learn? I always thought about that. If it would have been me in that matzav, I would have said, first of all, I would have said, how do you know that? And maybe it won't be. And is there somebody, you know, that can stop this from happening, whatever? Or at least if it's, I would have said, then Rebbe, daven for me. Rabbi Eliezer was about to die, and you're telling me such a thing that I'm going to die at myself and Misa Mashuna, so then daven for me. I was always thinking about this. Rabbi Akiva said, Oiliv li'arayis Rebbe, you're going to die soon. One more concise. One more Rabbi Akiva. One more Tosfos, one more Blad Gemara. One more hour sitting next to your Rebbe with the ksuba and learning this ksuba with you together. Looking at this ksuba, learning this ksuba together with you, this Zayis Atar, this Lulay Sarascha. This Lulay Sarascha. So we're about to say Shali Sufa V'Eish. It was a Friday in Erev Shabbos. Erev Shabbos, Zois Chukas HaTorah. Good. It's an old minhag. There was a tanis. Sorry, without going into the whole history of this, I'm sure in the Kinnos it says the whole story behind it. It was an Erev Shabbos in Paris. Last time we made a stopover in Paris, I don't know if we got stuck in Paris for a little extra time. But it was an Erev Shabbos. I think the English year is 1244. And there were over 20 cartloads, big cartloads of shasim. These were not printed. This is before there was printing. So we're talking about cartloads of shasim kisvei yad, handwritten gemaras, handwritten shasim that were set on fire. The French are also fine schmeckers, you understand. And it was set on fire. I'm sure it was a very nice place there in Paris. And this kina that we're going to read in a few minutes was composed by the Marami Rutenberg, who was a Talmud of Rabbi Chil from Paris, Paris. With the Rishonim were trying to burn the ksuba. It's an insanity, but it's not insane. It was in Germany. They went crazy. Even at the end of the war, where they needed every single available Russia to be on the front. And they were still busy doing all they could to get rid of Sfar, to destroy Sfar. The whole way that the Eish Kodesh, that the Ksovim from the Pizetzno were found underneath the Warsaw Ghetto with its whole Pilei Ploim, everything that happened over there and everywhere. How desperate our enemies were always to destroy our shuls, destroy our yeshivas, to destroy our libraries, to kill the Rosh Yeshiva, to kill the Rebbes, to burn our ksuba. So let me share with you a story. It's a story that was told by the Rav of Belgium, of Antwerp, from Antwerp, Rav Aaron Schiff is a big Talmud Chacham, and he heard this from an old woman, from the woman herself. Krakow, 1939, is the wrong place to be. We were there also on a trip. But when we were there, they were playing violins in the square. And there are kosher restaurants, in Krakow. Heimische Schritte. There are always Heimische Schrittes in Krakow for many, many years. The Heimische Schritte. 1939, Krakow was the wrong place to be. So this girl was here. She was, I don't know how old, I think 13, 14, something like that. And her parents paid some neighbors, Schreinen, some nice Polish neighbors, paid them to hide their daughter. She was there with them for a short time. She was not treated well at all. And then when the news came back to them, because they did get the news, and when the Polish heard that the parents and the rest of the Jews from Krakow were done, so they made her life particularly miserable, because they weren't going to get any more money for this, until finally she had no choice and she left. It didn't take long. She was trying to hide, and the Gestapo found her. And she ended up in this camp and that camp. all the good places. Somehow she survived. After she was finished, she ended up in Antwerp. She didn't want to hear anything about Yiddishkeit. She was done. Like in Perek Gimel and Eicha. I'm finished. Avad, nitzchi v'sachalti mi'asha. We're finished. But she married a Jew. Not because she was interested in marrying a Jew. It just happened that they understood each other. He also didn't want anything to do with Yiddishkeit. So they had a lot in common. Another survivor. And 10 years or so it was already 10 years after Muhammad. They were married, and they were living over there in Antwerp. And all of a sudden, she had this idea that she wanted to go see her hometown. She wanted to visit Krakow. He didn't want to go. She was in a certain way homesick to see maybe she could find where she was born. She wanted to go back to Krakow. So they went to Krakow. And they were in the market, Labor Day, market day, and a lot of things going on. And all of a sudden, she's with her husband. All of a sudden, she screams out. And he doesn't know, and she's fainting. He holds her. What happened? What is it? What is it? She can't come to herself. And she's pulling him, and she says, "Look at this, look at this." And he says, "What?" So there was a Polak, a guy, that had a table with all kinds of little toys and things, tchotchkele. And he said, "So what?" So she goes over there, and she's moving some of the toys aside, and it's the inlaid under the glass. There was a glass on top, and there was a table cover, and the cover of the table was the bindings of Gemaras. Somehow this guy, he wanted to make a strong. It was a thick covers, and he wanted to make something over there for his table, and he made this table knocking in the covers from the Gemaras. So she starts to scream at her husband, "Do you see what these are?" He says, "I know what they are. So what? So what? What?" She says, "These are Gemaras." He says, "I know they're Gemaras. So what? What do you think you're going to find over here?" She says, "You don't understand. You don't know what I'm talking about." And she shows him, "These are my father's Gemaras." These are her father's Gemaras. He had a stempel on the binding, and now these are her father's Gemaras. These are my father's Gemaras. And she starts to yell at the guy that these are my father's Gemaras. These are my father's books. These are my father's books. They're not yours. My father's books. And he's about to call the police. "You're crazy. Get out of here." And then the husband says, "Stop. Let's buy the table from him." So she says, "Okay, I want to buy the table." So he says, "You can only buy the table if you buy all the toys that are on the table also." So the husband says, "What is it?" Gives the money. And then the two of them are carrying this table through the street there in Krakow to get to the hotel. They get to the hotel. Somehow he gets a tool there, he knocks off the legs, and he carries the tabletop upstairs to the room. And she's crying, she can't come to herself. She says to him, "You have to take apart the table to take out the Gemara, the covers." So knocking and pulling out and opening it up and getting out. And she says, don't tear. Be careful not to tear it. Don't tear it. It's my father's Gemaras. Don't tear them. There are no Gemaras. It's the covers. Don't tear it. Don't tear it. See, he does that for her, and he takes out all of them. And he says, I really think you're getting carried away. I understand you had this nostalgia. We'll pack them up. We'll bring them back to Antwerp. But you really, really... She couldn't come to herself. And she didn't the whole night. He's trying to sleep, and she's sitting over there, holding these bindings. Comes to the morning. She says, I want to talk to you. There's something that I need to do. I have to explain to you something. And he says again, really, they're just books. We gave this stuff all up a long time ago. Please don't get carried away. And she says, I want to tell you something. You never knew my father. My father was the kindest, gentlest person in the world. And we were so poor, we didn't know any day if we were going to have a crumb to eat. And my father had a miserable, back-breaking job in some factory where they treated him, the anti-Semites treated him like dirt. And he would come home at night, filthy from what he was doing during the day. And sometimes he had some bread, sometimes he didn't have some bread. And when he had, it wasn't enough, he would give to myself, to my brother, and to my mother. Many times he didn't have for himself. But I'll tell you what I remember. I remember that my father would sit down at the table, and we were licking these crumbs, and he didn't have anything. And he would open up these Gemaras. Shimon Omer. She started to say, Plig Abai, Rabbi Plig. She was starting to say things that she remembered. Reb Shimon, Reb Meir, Reb Yochanan, Reish Lakish. And when my father was there with those Gemaras, he was the happiest person in the world. There was nothing else. The anti-Semites didn't get to him. The poverty didn't get to him. The hunger didn't get to him. Everything was Abaye and Rava. Everything was Rashi Tosfos. So she said, I made a decision that when we get back to Antwerp, they have two boys. When we get back to Antwerp, we're taking our boys out of the public school and we're putting them into Cheder. He said, are you crazy? Okay, I took the table. I bought the table and the toys. I took apart the table. I gave you back your father's Gemaras. This is very crazy. So she said, I'm not going on unless you promise me that we're going to put our two boys into Cheder, because I don't know what life is going to bring them. But I want that when they come home, whatever it is in their lives, they're going to have this to open up. Zois HaTorah. Zois Oshiv Alibi. Zois Shkach. Zois Oshiv Alibi. Zois HaTorah. Lulei Saraso Shashuai was Ahavat Yisrael. And Reb Aaron Schiff, the Rav of Antwerp, said that he was a good guy, and he did. And he heard this from this old lady. He said, all of her Einiklach, all of the children of Einiklach, the ear Einiklach, they're all Shomer Torah mitzvahs, they're all learning Torah, many Talmidei Chachamim. She said, did my father ever dream that when we were sitting there with a piece of bread and he was starving and he was smiling, saying over a black Gemara and looking inside these Gemaras, did he ever dream that from that he was going to have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren to greet Mashiach with the same Gemaras? This Kinnos Shali Shufa Be'esh is the story of how our enemies throughout time have tried to stop that from happening. They were not successful, they never will be. Zayis Asher Libi, and we'll continue to sing Lulei Saraso Shashuai, to greet Mashiach with the same svarim, and with Hashem saying, you waited for me, And we say we waited to you because of this. Shal Yisur Fabesh. Shloim Avilayah. Misavim Shrein Mechatzaz Wulayah. Ashafim Bafer, Zakavim, Shloim Malay, Mike Wilayah. And there's Eichen de Soene de Eis Look how the Eis was of this way, passage of Fucking Looking Ashway, Shamlok Mulaya. Sui Rock Face of Moshel Melech Pakas Mil. I read the Marius. Oh, you should have more. Esmanav Shia Hevel Yakov Akhirois Yashos Tali Badi Shani beside Tikhel Khimachal Salim Khilaya. Your room Levavi Beisura Larla Yagiala Khashev Rafael. Okay, Kevin, we're going to skip to we're going to say in a few minutes the Kinnos of the Baba Rebbe Susielena and Schwab Zechtzar Kosh. I told you we tried to be finished by Chatzais. I think Chatzais is 101. So I usually speak now, but maybe I don't know if I should then. I'm not sure if you have things planned for this afternoon. I don't have anything planned. I mean, I'm going to see my mother, Miss Hashem, but other than that. Okay, at this point, my wife would say, all right, Moshe, talk, but try to keep it brief. So, Kevin, what I usually do this time, I hope that we could discontinue this minhag. What I usually do is before we do the Kinnos of the Baba Rebbe of Schwab, with the Holocaust, I usually share some something that I saw. So, what I'm going to share with you now, which just takes a few minutes to read, I'm going to share with you is something that, for the Chaver here in the shul, many of you already heard. I think that I said it maybe by Yizker a few years ago. I definitely said it a few years ago, but I don't remember. I think it was by Yizker. I think so. So please be meichel me. You'll immediately remember after 10 seconds. You'll remember, but I had since then a very strong cheshek to read this with you again. For those who haven't heard it, to hear this. This was written by quite a famous, in Eretz Yisrael, he was very famous, Jewish writer, journalist, Yiddish than Hebrew, Shlomo Zalman Shragai. It's written in Lashon HaKodesh. I'll read it and translate it as quickly as I can. He himself was a survivor. And he writes, Ba'ozvi Poland b'pam hashniya. He went back to Poland. He was in Eretz Yisrael and back to Poland. She said, Ba'ozvi Poland b'pam hashniya. When I was leaving the second time, it was midnight. Some of my friends who were still in Poland, they accompanied me, they walked me to the train station in Warsaw. I was standing over there with some of my chevra. There was a woman that came with a request. She said that she has a sister in Yerushalayim, and her sister is married to somebody who works in Tnuva and Rehov Yecheskel. And my father, says that my sister is in Yerushalayim, and here's my father, an old man. My father, I can't leave now, but my father is leaving and going to my sister, going to Yerushalayim on this train. So she asked this Shragai, she asked him, would you mind, if you could, to bring him into the train, what's it called, into a compartment in the train, to try to switch the ticket, to bring him into your compartment, in order they should be with another Jew. I mean, the train's not going straight to Yerushalayim, you understand? You can't do that. Making stops. Eventually, who knows? But at least on this leg of the trip, to be with my father, he should be with a Yid. She said, of course. He said, of course. So we went, and I arranged it. I was able to switch, and I brought the woman's father and his suitcases into me. His suitcase had a little bit into the compartment. And he said, I looked at his face. It was gaunt and yellow, and he had a white beard. Einayim mu'utzavos, very sad eyes. So I tried to ask him, Stayid, Bikim Stayid, mi Uma, as Jews talk to each other. Shosak Filei Onadav, he didn't answer anything I asked him. So Shatakti Afani. So he didn't want to make conversation, so I was quiet. After a while, he asked me, he asked me to help him take the suitcase and to open it. And I looked inside and I opened, I saw there was a shofar, some candlesticks, a Havdalah candle, a talis and tefillin. Kamas svarim, some svarim, and a change of clothing. He said, Hoitzilai Sefer Noim Eli Malach. This old dude takes out a Noim Eli Malach. And he looked at it. Ian boy. Lo nisisi li ikanis ita l'sicha. I didn't try to talk to him. Ki hagashti shezeloi l'ritzayna. I felt that he wasn't interested in conversation. He said, before I lie down on the bench to sleep, he said that the trains there in Poland didn't have any cushions. It was just a board. Before I put my head down to sleep, I took something to drink. I guess the stewardess didn't come around with anything. I took something to drink, and I asked him, would he like to have something to drink? He didn't speak, he just nodded. I poured him. And after he drank, now I don't know if it was water or schnapps. It could be it was schnapps because it says he began to talk. So, might be that it was schnapps. I mean, what do you take with you for an emergency? His chilas eating, he began to talk to me. He's not from Warsaw, he's from Galicia. Chosid Bells. A Bells of Chosid. Svayomim old. Agam Svat Tzaras. Filled with years and filled with sorrows. The girl of fun I call Masha Orlov Tachel Shul Tain Shul Hitli Yamashim. And he told me his whole story, what he went through under Hitli Yamashim. He said he lost his wife, he lost the other children, and he has two of these girls that survived. And he talks about how he was saved. He's going, he wants to die in Yerushalayim. And then he was silent. Hifsik v'nadam lahimshich. Nisha yoshev otzav einayim. He sat there with sad eyes. Achrei shtikum dakas, after a silence that was oppressive, an unbearable silence. Yatzosim natei. So the writer says, I got out of the compartment. I had to walk out. I couldn't stay there. B'shuvi, when I came back, mitzosiv shatuach l'safsal. When I came back, I found he was lying on the bench. So I also lied down. I couldn't close my eyes. Kol machshavosai hisraksu. All my thoughts were on this person that was lying down across from me and the things that I had heard from him. L'fnais boker, before sunrise, im shachar, it was just that time. Kamti lispalo, I got up to daven, the writer says. L'fnei she'konsi b'rakeves noisim lo Yehudim, because there are going to be a lot of goyim coming into this train by the next stop. But the old man didn't get up, he didn't move. Even though he didn't sleep, he saw that his eyes were open. After davening, I took out from my bag something to drink and something to eat. And I asked him, would you like to have something? He didn't answer. Some hours went by, and I asked him again. And he said, I'll have a drink. But he didn't say another word. He looked a little bit b'sefer b'miktzas, and he sat, b'shosak, shtikoso haisa ayuma. His silence was horrible. V'hishvasalai diko, and it brought me to a terrible feeling of depression. Lo yadati nafshi, I didn't know what to do. It was already late in the day, Pasach v'amar, and all of a sudden the old man began to speak. And he didn't daven. Pasach v'amar, it was getting dark. And he said, Kol ma'ashov alai, v'achrei kol ma'ashe'enai ro, after all that I went through and all that I saw, v'Hashem lo yivichem v'lo yichomal. Hashem didn't have any rachmanis on me. Ich daven nicht. Lo espalel elav, I'm not davening. Argiza gamani. He hurt me, I know how to hurt him too. That's what he said. He hurt me, I could hurt him. That's what this Belzer Chassid said. Shatakti v'lo anisi mu'uma. I didn't say anything. Anochis parts mi libi. Cracks came out of me, but I didn't say anything. And he was silent again. And he said, Kimat hechshich, it was just about dark. And I was getting my things ready, the authorized, to get off in Prague. The old man was, as the daughter told me, was continuing on to Paris. He was going to go from Paris. I was getting off for the next stop, was in Prague. He asked me suddenly to take down his suitcase. He took out his talis and tefillin. He put in his talis and tefillin and he davened. Nidhamti. I was astonished. From the sudden change. Like Zeis Oshiv Elidi. Ram Shatakti V'Loimati Muma. I didn't say anything. After he finished davening, Pasach V'Amar, he said, listen to what he said. It would be much better to say in Yiddish, but this is what he said, translated into the Hebrew. Al Pi Din, Eni Tzarech L'Espalel. Al Pi Din, I don't have to daven. Ram. However, V'chia Kol Yochel, Eno Zokuk, Eno Roi L'Achmanis. He says, do you think that the Kol Yochel, that the Creator, is himself not in a pathetic state? He doesn't need Rachmanis. It's not a Rachmanis for him. What does he have anymore in the world? Who's left for him in the whole world? Safkal Sof, Richam Alai, Safkal Sof, with all that he did to me, he had Rachmanis on me. Menashati B'chaim. And I lived. Zakir Shurachim Gamani Olav, so I should also have some Rachmanis on him. And that's why I got up to daven. That's why I got up and I davened. Seems the verb, he was finished talking. Tears were pouring from his eyes. He was screaming, Hoy Achmanis, Hoy Achmanis, Afani Bachisi Itai. And I cried together with him. Me hearted with tears. Stros be Yerushalayim to see each other in Yerushalayim. V'nizkele b'is Mashiach. Tmuna mizazazu. This shocking picture, this memory. Leitimachim imeni la'olam. Shraga writes that it'll never be erased. It can't leave me. Av hayom itztaltzal ba'oznai devar. To this day, I always hear his words ringing in my head. Achmanis, it's also Achmanis from B'nai Shalom, from the B'nai Shalom. Sui koicha shalamun. This is the strength of Jewish faith. That's what we say by the Hoshanas and Eva Hoyashia. Rachmanis for Jews is Rachmanis for Hashem Baruch. For the first night of Shavuos, my son-in-law Binyamin, soll gesund sein, told the story about his grandfather, Reb Moshe, who was zeicha to have the pleasure of being together within the family for a few years till he was nifter a few years ago. Reb Moshe Tepfer, Zechron Lefach. He's the kind of a person that even before he said anything, you fell in love with him. He didn't have to even say anything. Once he spoke, you were hopelessly in love. That was one of the greatest moments of my life also, when my father, when they became a chutam, the two of them. He, by the way, davened in the same shul as my father's charusa. So it all comes together. And Binyamin told a story that touched me very deeply. And I'm just repeating for the chaver that weren't there, but Night Yeshua's Binyamin put into the context of the Torah that he said it was so beautiful. But I had a cheshek to say it now when we finish Kinnos. That it was the end of the Milchama, the war was over. And everybody was trying to find their way, find somebody. And Binyamin said that his grandfather, Zechron Levracha, wanted to be a Shana Rabbah with the Satmar Rebbe, and there were other Jews who felt the same way, and the Satmar Rebbe's Hoshanas were famous even before the war. I was urged to be a Shana Rabbah a number of times in Williamsburg. If you ever heard such a thing, if you ever saw such a thing, it cannot be described in words. What was Hoshana Rabbah by the Satmar Rebbe. And Rav Moshe said that he remembered that the Satmar Rebbe told a mashal of a father and son who were walking. It was taking a long time. He said, we have to go someplace. You'll correct me, I'm sitting right here. And I called before you to make sure I got it right, but I can still get it wrong. That they were a father and a son are walking far. He kept on telling the kids, getting upset, when are we going to get to the city? When are we going to get to the city? The father says, a little bit longer, a little bit more, a little bit further. When are we going to get there? When are we getting how children could be? When are we going to get there? When we get there, it's hard, and I'm tired, I can't continue. And the truth is that the father was also very tired. Then suddenly, the Satmar Rebbe says that suddenly, in the distance, the father points and says to the child, "Look over there. You see, there's the cemetery. There's the Beis HaChaim, the cemetery. And if the cemetery is there, the Beis HaChaim is there. It means that we just have to go a little bit further past the cemetery, and that's where the city is. That's where home is. That's where we'll be." And I think that Binyamin's grandfather said that they were crying when they heard this. It was a big bechiyas. And that his grandfather said that he got a lot of chizik from that, right? That's what you told me, that marshal gave him a lot of chizik to continue on with life. Meaning the Rebbe was saying this, that after the cemetery, there's life. Only Jews call the cemetery a Beis HaChaim. But after the cemetery, there's Yerushalayim. Start again. He was telling this to all the Jews. They who lost everything, and there's it's a little bit further, just a little bit further. We already saw the cemetery. We already saw the gas chambers. We already saw the crematorium. Just to continue on a little bit further. After I heard this story, I was very shaken up by it, especially since I knew the person who told it. And I kept it in my mind, and then I saw a few weeks ago I saw in a sefer that after the Milchama, when the Rebbe was already in Williamsburg, there was a Tzibach Yid, another survivor who came, lost everything, he had nothing. And he came to the Rebbe, he was crying to the Rebbe. And the Rebbe told him the pasuk in the third parak of Kahalas. V'elokim yevakesh es nirdaf. The meaning of the pasuk v'elokim yevakesh es nirdaf, this loosely translated as Hashem stands up for the underdog. V'elokim yevakesh es nirdaf, he takes care of those yevakesh, he helps those who are nirdafim, who are the underdogs. So the man thought that the Rebbe was telling him, you had a rough time, God should help you. That's not what the Rebbe said. Listen to what the Rebbe said. The Rebbe said, "V'elokim yevakesh," that bakosh is a loshon, yevakesh loshon of begging, of asking. The Rebbe said, "Elokim yevakesh es nirdaf" means that the Baruch Shalom is begging you. He's begging you. Hashem's bach some mensch that the Baruch Shalom is begging a Jew. Wait a little bit longer. It's noch good sein. Wait a little bit longer, it's going to be good, but noch good sein. It's going to be good. You'll see it's going to be good. The Baruch Shalom is begging the Jewish people now. Tisha B'Av Tavshin Pei Beis. Each one with his own inyanim, and all of us. Because I know it's easy to be cynical. It's easy to say, Nachat Tisha B'Av, yeah. Vate B'Av Bissel. Baruch Shalom is saying to us, Vate B'Av Bissel, wait a little bit longer. I'm amazed that you've waited this long, but a little bit longer. But not good sign. It's going to be good. Hashem is should help us. We should see that. And that all of those who went through so much, who are still alive, there are Moshe Tefers, and there are Motke Weinbergers that I hear anymore, and a lot. There's very few that are left. Those few who are left, that they should be zeichet to see already that place after the Beis HaChaim. And all of us should be zeichet to see that. With the blessing of our mitzvahs, and maybe amen, amen, amen.
The Kinnos from the Baba Rebbe. Zirchon of a kind of Yisrael, Cultivating the Germania, Mrs. Bishop, Me and my little Yisrael, I should die to me came nifetes. Shevis aper kimat mizer. Kibos ayom nifetes. El chaim mirachem. Atos chanachem. Ashad chamoid nifetes. Or chadosh tasviach. Kanei hoy tasmiach. Ruach elihim. Rachafes.
Elitzia be'arecha, v'ma'isha b'tzireha, v'chitzu lach ha'gurasak, aval lihureha, alei amon asher dutan, v'ashvasoin adareha, v'yam yas mecharfeya, Mikdash Chadoreha, Alei Kadosh Meshaseya, Manam Meshir Zemareha, Ye'al Damam Asher Shuma, Imon Nevei Ye'oreha, Alei Hegon Necholeha, Asher Damam Me'areha, Ye'al Damam Asher Shomei, Sanedreha, Alei Zivchei Zimideha, Ufid Yonei Bechoreha, V'yal Chiluk Ileicha, U'mizbach Ketoreha, Alei Tapei Melafeha, V'nei David Gebireha, V'yal Yaf Yam Asher Chashach, V'yisaruk Yisareha, Alei Chavod Asher Galah, Ilalna da Rabbi Berachel Bas Hashem Kachalom V'ed V'Nacht in the Verach Yam Yatav Olam Hallelujah. Ata Kadosh Yosef Tilo Yisrael Kazel Zev Yamar. B'Seini Ruach V'Ashma Chayei Klorash Gadol. יפתחו בך ידי שמך כי לא עזבת שכני חפץ למען צדקו יגדיל תורה ויאדיר יתגדל ויקדש מרבם ועמד דברי טבע למיך מלכותי ועצמך פרקרנה ויקרא משיחי וחייך עמי המכון בחי דחו בית ישראל בעגלת מקרי במרמן שמי רבה מברך ללמה מהמיה יתברך וישתבח ויתבית ממנסה ויתהדר ויתעלם ותלש מקדושה ברכו ולמה כל ברכתה ושירתה תשבחתה ונחמתה אדם רמה במרמן יהי שלמה מן שמי וחיים טובים עלינו ועל כל ישראל במרמן Oshom Ramav, who yes, Oshom Aleinu, Valko Yisrael, Bimrame, Aleinu Shameach. ונאמר בידו למלך כל הארץ ביום אחד ושמו אחד יתגדל ויקדש מרבה ועמד ברכיותי ולמיך מלכותי ועצמך פרקרנה ברכי משיחי וחייך עמי המכון וחי דחו בית ישראל בעגלה בזמן קריב במרמן יהי שמי רבה מברך ללמה מהמיה יתברך וישתבח ויתבית ממנסה ויתהדר ויתעלם ותלש מקדושה ברכו ולמה כל ברכתה ושירתה תשבחת נחמתה אדם רמה במרמן יהי רבה מן שמיים וחיים טובים עלינו ועל כל ישראל במרמן also from Rama who yes from Aleinu ועל כל ישראל במרמן
Mincha, early Mincha at 1:40. Rebbe is going to be giving Shir at 6:35, and Mincha is at 7:35, and Marv is going to be at 8:35. Please, everyone who took a Kinnos from upstairs, bring it back upstairs and take your chairs with you.